How do you feel? Good. Be careful. So everyone is in good condition.
Are you okay?
I'm
very okay.
Okay.
Okay. You are very Superman.
No.
So right now the team has arrived at the elevation of 7,950 meters. How do you feel?
怎么样，兄弟们？都在休息。
So now they are reaching at the elevation of 8,300 meters. So I'm CMG reporter. Now I would like to show you how they live here. So this is the chef. So right now he's trying to spoil the water. How do you feel?
Okay.
So right now the expedition team is trying to drink some water.
这么大，哇，
这个大吗？
上面要补充的。
那这个啥啥？
那就保持了这个。
都在这儿往里休息。怎么样，金妹？安子怎么样
How do you feel today? No problem.
的话就是没问题。昨天。
CGTN. So right now I'm at the base camp of Mount Qomolangma at the elevation of 5,200 meters. So today on May the 23rd from 3:03 a.m. we already kick off the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma. And also they already depart from their camp on the elevation of 8,300 meters, and they're trying to reach into the peak to the elevation of the 8,848.86 meters. So now I would like to show you a footage about the situation. So I'm the journalist from CMG. So right now the expedition team is marching towards the elevation of the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. So I am the CMG reporter. So right now the team has departed and marched towards to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. So right now you could see they already arrived at the elevation of 8,500 meters, which we consider it as the first stage. So this time, Dunju is the captain for the expedition team. And also before they depart, they're actually using a 13 class 3 model. So for the 13 people, they're the major team, and also we have like 3 substitutes. So right now we already have like 11 people marching towards to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. And for 2 people, they feel uncomfortable and they're taking a rest at the elevation of 6,300 meters. And also we have some people staying at the 7,000 meters and the 8,000 meters for a relay. So right now I would like to show you another footage to show you the roadmap for this peak mission so we can get a basic understanding of the expedition. So from 18th of this month, and these people have already departed the base camp. They hike for about 4 to 5 hours, and on the same day they reach to the camp at the elevation of 5,800 meters. So after 4 days, and actually today is the 5th day, and at the 3:03 a.m. for the expedition team, they already leave their camp at the elevation of 8,300 meters, and they're trying to reach to the peak to the mountain. So just take a look at this map. So this time for the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma, and this time we will roll out different missions in different mountains. And according to our estimate, at around like 9:30 to 10 a.m., the expedition team will reach the elevation of 8,830 meters, and at that time they will upgrade the technical parameters of the high altitude automatic weather station. So now I would like to show you what is the condition here. So actually yesterday we have very heavy snow here in the base camp. So here for the temperature is about -13 to -14 Celsius degree. According to the weather forecast, we understand that in the area of Qomolangma, at the elevation about like 8,000 to 9,000 meters, the temperature will reach -19 to -36 Celsius degree, and also we will experience westerlies. So this weather is quite suitable for the mission today. So right now, I'm just standing right next to the telephoto lens. So actually, in the morning, when we are setting up the telephoto lens, you're able to see some black dots. So for the dots, they're actually our expedition team. They're trying to reach to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. I would like to take a look. Let's see what happens here. So from the screen, alright, now I already see 2 expedition team members. Yes, right now you could see some of the members. They are trying to reach to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. So now you could see 2 people here, and also we see a group. So right now we already have the sunrise. So at this point it is not that clear because of the atmospheric impact, because we are at a distance of 19 kilometers. All of these atmosphere and the airflow may have some impact, but it is much clearer as compared to the situation of last year, because from the camera I already see the color and the costumes that has been worn by the expedition team members, because last year we only see black spots, but this year we're able to see the clothes and also the movement of the expedition team members. So right now I know that we have to do some amplification. Can you tell us more about our technical parameters? So this time we're actually using the 2400mm telephoto lens, and this will give us 100 times of amplification, and also we are using 8K camera, and also we will convert 8K to 2K definition, and this time we will see an amplification of 1600 times. So this is a long distance shooting, and we are able to see more clear about the situation for the expedition team, and we are able to capture the whole process for the peaking. So here maybe you could show us some of the scenery of the Mount Qomolangma. And then we're able to see where are the expedition team. Because this time we are using some black technologies, we are able to see some HD footages. So right now we are 19 kilometers away from the Mount Qomolangma, but still with this 8K camera with 2400mm telephoto lens, you're able to see the expedition team members. They are marching to the peak. And actually this morning they already reached on the first stage of the Qomolangma. And according to the latest updates, right now they're trying to climbing up to the second stage. Right, make sure you stay tuned with us. We will keep you updated. So this time for the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma, we already kicked off the mission in mid-April. And this time we will have like 5 teams, 13 groups comprising with 170 expedition team members. And this time in the base camp, we also set up the studio to give you the latest update. And also we have invited a number of experts and team leaders to give us more information about this mission. And also we have some scientists and researchers. They will also stay in the base camp Also, we refer it as the headquarters or the commanding center of the expedition mission, and they will keep a close eye to this mission, and they will witness that miracle moment for us to reach the peak. And actually, yesterday we already have a quick tour in this base camp. And start from mid-April, we started this peak mission. It is estimated that by late May, for the expedition team, they will accomplish a number of key tasks. For example, they will complete the technical upgrade of the high-altitude automatic weather station. They will collect the snow samples, drilling of the ice cores. Altogether, they will accomplish more than 10 missions. And later, I will show you more about these missions, and also we will have interviews with the experts to get to understand the latest achievements. Right, we will go back to the camera and also closely follow the situation of the expedition team members. So right now we are in the Zhuoyo mountain. We're actually at the foot of the mountain, and now we will follow the team here to collect some of the samples of the paleontology. So now you could see a lot of the ice cubes because the elevation here is about like 5,200 meters. So for this team is actually led by the Chinese Academy of Science. And also we have the Xishuangbanna Research Center and a number of scientists to participate in this mission. So right now we are trying to collect some of the surface of the soil. And by having all of these samples, we are able to monitor the situation for all of these plants through the optical microscope. So even though right now it is summertime, but now you could see still this place is covered by ice. And in this place, it is covered by a lot of fossils. I think it's very important for us to come to here to understand the paleobotany and the paleovertebrates. So after several hours, they find some discoveries. So for this area, the altitude is about 5,000 meters. So in this area, we have a shore area, actually for the first time for the expedition, and some of the experts pointed out that in this area we have the Gabbro fossil sites, but it is not sure that what are all of these fossils. And for this year's expedition mission, we have a special team and try to find out the Gabbro fossil site. So you could see we have divided the team into several groups. They're trying to find out the fossil site. So for the expedition team members, we are bringing some of the food and staple food. we need to make sure that we're energetic and continue our journey. So for some of the fossil sites, it has been existed for a really long time. And also through several times of the expedition mission, we are trying to continue our efforts to identify these Gabriel fossil sites. So actually the expedition started in 1973. We have the senior scientists. They identified the fossil site in Gabriel, and also they are seeing some of the fossil of the Xizang spruce. However, because of the limitation of the condition, they gave up the mission. But right now we started the second time of the expedition mission. So even though we are not able to identify the Gabriel fossil site, so right now we are trying our best to find out some of the spruce. Now the team go downstairs, and also they're able to see a number of different species, and also they're able to see the spruce. So for the spruce, they distributed at the elevation about like 3,700 meters to 4,000 meters. I believe we already find one of the fossil sites. For the spruce, actually they will live up to the height at about like 4,000 meters. Because right now we are seeing some of the environmental changes, that's why some of the fossil sites has been disappeared, and also some of these plantations has been disappeared. Around like 20,000 years ago, this area is not the situation as what we're seeing right now. And also it is very important for us to find out some of the paleobotany. For some of the plantations, they have some limitations in their growing, because some of them live in certain level of the elevation. If we are able to identify some of the fossil sites, we understand how these paleontology lives. And when we are going back, we are able to see some of the special rock surveys. So for the expedition team members, they are trying to climb up to the height at about 5,500 meters. And in this area, they are able to identify some of the paleofossils. And also they are able to see some of the leaves. It is just a piece of leaf, but still for the expedition team, they feel very encouraged, because they feel that in this area they can dig up more treasures. So for the expedition team members, they continue to discover. They found spruce and also different kinds of the paleobotany. And especially when they are finding the leaves of the spruce, they feel very excited. So now you could see we are seeing the fossil of the spruce and also different kinds of the spore. I think this is quite encouraging for us to find out some of the paleontology. And in this area, we are able to see some of the aquatic ecology. So we speculated that in these areas, in the past, it may be ocean areas, we are able to see some of the aquatic creatures. And right now we are able to find out some of the fossils contained with the fish and the fins. So this is a gear shape fossil, and also we're able to see some of the structure of the fish. I think if we look at the surface of this fossil, I think the fish is at a length of about like 15 to 20 centimeters. So once again, we find out some of the traces of the Gabriel fossil site. So I think this is quite encouraging for us. We are able to find out a lot of the paleofossils. And I believe in the future we're able to analyze all of these fossils through the optical microscope, and also we're able to compare some of these fossils with the samples so as to identify the species and the type of the plantation. Through 2 types of the expedition mission, we are able to find out different types of the paleovertebrates and also the paleobotany. So I think long time ago in this area, it is an ocean area, so that's why we're able to find out so many paleovertebrates here. So we are trying our best to find out the date of year of these fossil sites. We are trying to understand the biodiversity's history in this area. We are trying to understand the evolution of the paleovertebrates. So we are trying to pay a visit to the sampling room in the Chinese Academy of Science. And in this area, we are able to see different types of the fossils of the paleovertebrates. So we have a great number of collections, and I think this is the treasure for all human beings. Based on our research, we understand the evolution of the ecology in the past. In the archive room, we are able to see some of the fossils of the paleovertebrates that has been collected from the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. So for example, now you are able to see a number of the paleovertebrates. For some of these fossils, they can be dated back to 5,000 years ago. So for example, for this lamb or the horn fossils, this has laid out a solid foundation for our future research. So also this is one of the sculpture from the paleovertebrates that has been insisted in the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. I think this area is of great significance, and also it could help us to resolve some of the scientific issues. So for the second time of the expedition mission, we will try out to discover more situations in the drought areas. So for example, for this one, it could be dated back to 23 million years ago, because at that time we have more paleobotany and also the paleofossils. I believe at that time, like 18 million years ago, we are able to see a group of animals. Most of them, they with horns, and these can help us to understand the biodiversity back in that time. So for example, for this fossil, it could be dated back to 7.2 million years ago. And this is a horse that has been living in the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. So actually, for some of the fossils, they have been discovered in the 60s to 70s in the last century. But right now, we have new technologies so that we could understand the fossils in early stages. Actually, we could do some of the scanning, so we understand for some of the fossils, they has been existing for hundreds or even thousands of years ago. So for the researchers participating in the expedition mission, they are able to identify more paleontology, and also they have to visit different places of the fossil site. And especially they're paying a lot of attention to the drought areas. And for some of the animals, they keep evolving because of the weather changes. But right now, based on our discovery, we are finding that for some of the lamps, they're closely related to the climate change in the Qinghai, Xizang Plateau.
明天几点出发？你们？身体没问题吧？身体没问题吧？没问题。好。这是我们科考队的那个
This is another member of the expedition team.
怎么了？头疼吗？好休息啊！好好休息。这是我们科考队的那个东西，还是本次我们这个。
And also we have the chef with us.
厨师正在煮。
So now you could see he's trying to
多姐你好。
make instant noodles for
怎
us.
么样？哎，这是西米多久？怎么样，兄弟？挺好的是吧？他终于到我了啊！哦，我是这边等住。好好好。
So everyone is good.
没问题，身体没问题。
Are you okay?
啊，没问题。
I'm very okay.
OK OK OK
Okay.
OK OK。
You are very Superman.
啊 ，no no。
哥哥弟们正在休息。
怎么样？
科考队现在就到达海拔7900米，现在都在帐篷里休息。怎么样，兄弟们？OK， 没问题。啊，都在休息。科考队一到，我已经送到你。 大家好，我是央视新闻特约记者。
So when the team arrived at the elevation of 8,300 meters, now you could see the expedition team, they're taking a rest. And right now we are cooking the waters.
科考队的队员丹增正在喝水。
哇，
兄弟
这么大！哇，
哇，这么大吗？
上面要补充那个水分。
那这个上什么？
那都保不住这在这里上午。
都在帐篷里休息。怎么样，金妹？
还好。
丹增怎么样？
啊？
怎么样？
说普通话。
八斤山的话就是没问题。昨天都快要爆炸了。爆炸了吗？嗯。
So welcome back to our special coverage. So right now I'm at the base camp at the elevation of 5,200 meters at the Mount Qomolangma. So right now we already kick off the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma, and right now the expedition team is marching to the peak of Mount Qomolangma, and today we will show you the whole process and also witness the miracle for the expedition team to reach the peak. So right now we are trying to go back to the camp. And as I said earlier, and this time for the camp, we actually set up a studio. And today I would like to show you the situation in the command center. So today at about like 3:03 a.m., 11 expedition team members, they already started their journey towards the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. And also we are using the telephoto lens to capture their movement. And right now in the base camp, we have experts gathering here, and also we have the scientists who have been participating in this expedition mission, and they're using the telephoto lens to understand the real-time situation of the expedition team members. So let's go inside to see what happens here. Right now you could see they're having a meeting right now. Now you could see inside of the camp, we are able to see the map and the route for the expedition mission. So here now you could see a group of experts and the scientists, they gathered here. So in this base camp, they will give us a lot of explanation for this mission. And also they will tell us more some of the challenges for the expedition mission. Also we are able to see that for the CMG, we're actually setting up 3 cameras here. And we're testing our equipments. So let's look forward to hear some of the good news from the camp. So just now we are inside the camp. We are trying to get some information. So based on my knowledge, so for the experts, they're able to capture the real-time situation for the expedition team. And they said that for the expedition team, they're trying to march towards to the 3rd stage of Mount Qomolangma. So I would like to show you the route of the expedition. Just take a look. So right now you are seeing that for the expedition team, you are seeing the road map, the map for the expedition team. They travel from the elevation from 8,300 meters to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. Actually, they already started their journey from 3:03 a.m. today. And they already passed the 1st stage and the 2nd stage. And just now from the camp, I understand that for the expedition team, they are trying to march to the 3rd stage. So right now for the 11 people, they are getting closer to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. And later on, we will closely follow their situation and we'll keep you posted. So when we are going back to this area, I would like to give you some update of the timeline. This time for the expedition mission, well, as far as I know, For 11 expedition team members, they already started their journey. They leave at the 3:03 a.m. They leave their camp and they travel towards the peak to the Mount Qomolangma. And also earlier today, according to their plan, they're marching towards to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. And this time, for the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma, we're adopting a 13+3 model. 13 people, they're the main climbers, and also we have 3 substitutes. And also for the group, they're trying to accomplish a number of missions. So by early today, for the 16 people, for 2 people, they're not feeling well. So for some of them, they are taking a rest at the elevation of 6,500 meters, and the other 2, they are staying at the elevation at 7,700 meters and 8,200 meters. We will closely follow their situation, and hopefully we can get more information from the base camp. Alright, now we will go back to the 8K camera to get more information about the expedition team.
方使命，珠峰科考，站在地球之巅，
亲近自然，探索科学，
记录奋进时刻，
见证不凡历史。
2023科考继续
6830米，
巅峰使命，总台来了。
Special coverage on the Peak Mission Expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma. Right now we are staying in the base camp, and actually today we have several guests and special experts joining us to discuss the expedition mission, and also we will witness the miracle moment for our expedition team to arrive at the peak of Mount Qomolangma. Just one quick update. And in the morning, we have 11 people that heading to the peak, to the Mount Qomolangma. And we have 13 major mountaineers and also 3 substitutes. So this time we have like 16 altogether, 16 people trying to reach to the peak to the Mount Qomolangma. And yesterday there is a heavy snow, but today is quite fortunate because the weather is quite good. And also we are using the 8K camera to bring you the special coverage. So right now for the expedition team, they have arrived at the 3 stage. And then they have to pass by a very challenging route in order to arrive at the peak. So today we could see for the weather today, it's quite good. Now I would like to show you a footage to show you the progress of the expedition team. So from the footage now you could see the progress is quite good, and also for some of these expedition team members they have to carry a heavy load. Because this time they have an important mission, that is to do a technical upgrade of the high altitude automatic weather station. They have to use the lithium battery to do the upgrade. So for each one of the members, they have to carry heavier weight up to 5 kilograms. This is actually a challenge for the team members. And earlier when we are doing the interview of the expedition team members, and some of these people are saying that the most challenging part may be the stage 2, because in the past when they're carrying the tripod, it is quite difficult to carry those loads passing the stage 2. And we will closely monitor the situation to see how they pass the stage 2. And start from April, the expedition team has received intensive training. And this time also it takes some time for us to do the technical upgrade of the weather station. Especially we have to change the battery. It takes around like 40 minutes to change the battery. But if you change your battery at the peak of Qomolangma properly, it will take about 1 hour. And another mission for this expedition team is to collect the snow and the ice samples. And this time you could see for the scientists and the experts, they are paying a close eye to the expedition mission. So here from the camera you could see in the base camp, we have a lot of scientists gathering here. And also you could see these people, they're trying to monitor the situation for the expedition. Right now I'm showing you another footage. So this is the live footage from CMG reporter. Now you could see for the expedition team members, they are in good shape. Even though now you could see they're inhaling the oxygen, but still we could see they're in a very good condition. It is the first time that our reporter are able to bring back some of the live footage. So now you could see they're at the elevation of 7,790. So also we have the captain for the second expedition mission. So what they eat? Well, probably at that time they may have to eat some soup, trying to bring more nutrition and energy to their body. So for example, they will drink some instant soup and also the energy bars, instant noodles, etc. So for the expedition team members, how do you feel about their condition? So I just have a chat with these people. For all the 13 people, they're feeling very good. And also we have like 3 people responsible for the technical upgrade of the weather station, and also we have some people are responsible for the collection of the snow samples, and also some people are responsible for the collection of the ice samples. So we have like 3 groups to conduct the mission. So now you could see at the elevation of 7,950 meters, it's still very cloudy, right? So from where we are, we could see the weather is quite good because in the past, in this area, it's quite windy. It is a challenge and a test for the expedition team members. But right now, you could see the weather is quite favorable for the climbing. So yesterday, because of the heavy snow, some of the area have been covered. But today, you could see some of the snow have been melted. So it will bring some of the challenge for the team members to climb up to the hill. So especially when you reach to the elevation above 7,000 meters, it will be a little bit of tough. All of the snow are quite clean and we could see the weather is good. The boiling point, I think, is only like 80 Celsius degree. So now you could see for all the team members, they're quite energetic. So this time we heard that for the captain is Jiaxi Pingce, and now we have changed the captain this time. Yes, because I think for the previous one, the senior captain, maybe he suffered some of the injuries, so this time we changed the captain for the expedition team. Well, I think this year is quite special because it is 70th anniversary for human beings to reach to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. And this year, actually, for the northern part of Qomolangma, the weather condition is not that stable because we experience a lot of wind and also a lot of snow. And this morning, we have 13 expedition team members departing to the peak, and also we have some climbers accompany the team. However, for 2 people, they don't feel comfortable and they need to take a rest. And also this time, we also have like 2 tour guides to accompany the expedition team. Actually, this year is quite special because it is the 70th anniversary for people's adventure to the Mount Qomolangma. So it is of great significance for us to do this live coverage. Now you could see at the stage 3, it is quite foggy. And also today, I also want to introduce to our viewers that this time we have 3 different elevations. That's also we upgraded the battery into the lithium battery. So also I would like to have an interview with the researcher from the research center of the Qinghai Xizang Plateau of Chinese Academy of Science. So why we want to change the battery? So this year we have upgraded the battery because last year we are seeing there may be some problems with the battery. So actually we could charge these batteries independently. So even though one of the battery failed, the other 2 batteries can still support the operation of the weather condition and the weather station. So meaning that we have some backup system to support the operation of the weather station. And also for all of these lithium batteries, they are quite automatic and also they have better capacity. So for all of these properties can provide better power supply to the facilities that have been set up in the Mount Qomolangma. Why we want to use this power system that has been used in the moon? Because in the past, we are facing a lot of challenges. For example, the power cannot be supplied under extreme low temperature situation or extreme low air pressure. So this time, we have to make sure that we can protect the power supply, and this could solve some of the headaches for us. And we are also testing some of these power supply, and we are seeing that for all of these power supply, it is quite stable, especially when we apply this technology in the ultra high altitude regions. Right, let's go back to our camera. Where are they right now? I think they're still at the stage 3. So because this area we still consider it as a gradient area, so it takes longer time for the team to pass this area. But still, I would say the weather is quite good today. So today, actually in the live coverage, my colleague Zhongling is also in the base camp. I would like to turn over to my colleague Fengling. On the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma. So in this area, it's actually quite high. It's higher than Lhasa. I'm actually a little bit short of breath because in this area we don't have much oxygen, and above us is actually the base camp for the Mount Qomolangma. And this year, we are kicking off a lot of missions for the peak expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma. And today, actually, we are at the Mount Qomolangma base camp. And this area, we have a number of people here to conduct their expedition mission. So in this area, we understand that the weather condition is quite complex. In this area, the temperature is about 6 Celsius degree. So right now you could see it is quite sunny, but in afternoon the weather will change, and in the evening maybe you will experience some snow. So it changed quite a lot in the area of Qomolangma. People may ask why we have such a complicated situation of the weather in Qomolangma, and what are some of the missions of the expedition. So I would like to introduce one of the guests, that is Mr. Ma. Good morning, everyone. So my question is, today, what are some of the missions conducted by the scientific expedition team? So right now you could see we're actually maintaining the solar detection instrument. So this is a very good instrument for us. So this time when we want to gather to Mount Qomolangma to do such kind of mission, so any impact? So actually in this area, we have the synergies of the westerly and the monsoon in the area of Qomolangma, and also this is also considered as the third pole of the Earth. So actually it has a big difference of the weather condition in the northern part and the southern part of Qomolangma. And in this area, we have very complicated situation of the ecology. That's why we are conducting a lot of scientific missions here. So you can see in Qomolangma areas, it is surrounded by mountains. We have less humidity in this area. So this time we're focusing on 2 tasks. So first, we will monitor the changes of the Asian water tower, and also we will monitor the situation of the weather station, because this time we are working together with the Chinese Academy of the Meteorological Science. So we want to understand the composition of the atmosphere and the air composition in the Qomolangma areas. This is the domestic instrument. Can you tell us how to monitor, how to use this detector? So this long tube is actually targeting the sun. So I would like to invite Mr. Yang, Dr. Yang from Chinese Academy of Meteorological Science to give us more introduction. So Madame Liang, can you tell us more about the instrument? So now I could see for the long tube is aiming the sunlight. So what we are doing here basically, so just take a look at this one. For these 2 tubes, it is aiming the sunlight. It will capture the radiation level of the solar system, and also we are trying to understand the change of the aerosol, especially want to understand the changes of the aerosol in the plateau area. This is very important for us to understand the atmospheric research. So because for the aerosol, it will also have an impact to the rainfall, and also it will have some impact to the soil. So especially in the plateau area, I think it is very important for us to understand the composition of the aerosol. Now I would like to give you more introduction about the instrument, and this time we are bringing 2 instruments. So this one is the sunlight monitoring instrument. So this instrument is actually developed by the Chinese Academy of Meteorological Science. They work together with other scientific institutions. So for this aerosol instrument, it's quite convenient and very helpful for us to do the research. So for this kind of aerosol instruments, it is commonly seen overseas. However, for this one, it's independently developed by China. So for this domestic-made aerosol instrument, it could help us to improve the precision and efficiency for the monitoring of the sunlight, as well as the aerosol. So actually for this instrument, I also see this instrument in the base camp. So as for the instrument is located in different altitude, what is the difference? So when we are using the instruments at different elevation, actually we could see the differences. If we look at the figures and the numbers, in the base camp, actually the figure will be higher because when we are at a higher altitude, the environment and the air quality is much better. But here, maybe there are some people living here, it will also have some pollution in the air. So for this one, it is a domestic-made aerosol instrument. Can you tell us more about the research this year? So in the Chinese Academy of Meteorological Science, I would like to introduce you more instruments. This is the micro-radiation instrument. So when we are using this instrument, it will help us to better understand the changes of the weather condition. Now I would like to invite another guest to give you more information about this instrument. So, hello everyone, I'm Han Chunguo from the Research Center of the Qinghai Tibet Xizang Plateau of CAS. So for this one is the radiation instrument. For this instrument, it could capture the information up to 10 kilometers. So for example, in the base camp, it is at the elevation of about like 5,200 meters. So when we are using this instrument, we are able to capture the temperature, humidity, and other parameters of the air condition. So this time we have set a time limit, so every 15 minutes we could get an update of the figure. So from this point, actually, we can get the information about the temperature, humidity, speed of the wind, orientation of the wind, or the solar radiation up to 10 kilometers. So for this one, I think it may have some differences of the previous design because in the past we are using a balloon instrument to capture similar information, and also we are able to download some of this information on the ground. However, for the balloon, it takes about like 1.5 to 2 hours to raise up to 10,000 or 20,000 meters, and also the information is not that accurate. But this time, when we are using this radiation instrument, we have upgraded the technology so that we can get more precise information about the temperature, humidity, and other parameters. So can you tell us more achievements we have done in the past, especially in the area of the meteorological survey? So in this area, as you said, we have the tower and also we have the radiation device. And also we have the service monitoring system. So by having all of these equipments, we are able to analyze the atmospheric composition in this area, we could done a lot of details and also the investigations about the situation in the area of Mount Qomolangma. All right, let's continue our journey. And right now, I am seeing a weather station. It's quite tall. I think this is the largest facility in the area of Mount Qomolangma. In this Qomolangma station, I think the most important thing is to monitor the situation of the atmosphere. And actually, we have like 6 basic monitoring sites. So in this area, the weather station, we are focusing on the changes of the atmospheric circulation. So now you could see we have 5 layers. Especially we want to understand the temperature, humidity, the air pressure of the atmosphere in the area of Qomolangma. Now you could see we have some experts. They are trying to maintain this tower in this weather station. So we have Mr. Xu trying to maintain this facility. My name is Xu Zhenhua. So I'm the monitoring station head. So actually in the area of Qomolangma, we have a lot of areas to monitor the atmosphere and air quality. So for this device, I would say this will monitor the speed and orientation of the wind. You have a very good guess. Yes, indeed, by having this small device, we can monitor the speed and orientation of the wind. But we have divided it into 5 layers so that we can capture more information about the atmosphere. And also we have these 2 devices monitoring the temperature and the humidity of the air. So now you could see we have 5 layers, T1 to T5. T represents the temperature. So this represents like 7 Celsius degree, like 765. If we go higher, and the temperature will be lower. Can you see it? And then the other parameter is the humidity. And also we have 2 sensors to monitor the humidity. And also we monitor the air pressure and also the speed of the wind. Actually, the speed of the wind keeps changing. So what is the humidity right now? Because right now I think we are at the ground level. So the humidity is 39%. So after we get all of these data, so can we come up with some conclusions? Well, we're not able to come up with a conclusion at this point because we have to gather all of this data for further analysis. We need longer term of periods in order to understand the trajectory, for example, 5 years or 10 years. And for example, for the speed of the wind in different seasons, the wind condition will change. I think the first point is that we have to gather all of this information, and later on we may have some preliminary conclusion. Because at this point you could only see the real-time speed of the wind and the orientation of the wind. We need to have the analysis team to do further observation. So first we have to observe this information and capture this information, and later we are able to come up with some conclusions. So right now we are seeing all of these different kinds of the atmospheric facilities. We try to understand the temperature, humidity, and the radiation. So what is the objective for all these? So right at the beginning, we're trying to understand some of the basic issues. For example, what is the situation of the synergies of the westerlies and the monsoon? And also we try to understand the changes of the Asian water tower. So after we gather the information, we want to understand what is the impact of the atmosphere to the climate change. So I think that is the major objective. So right now we are actually trying to monitor the atmosphere, and also right now the expedition team, they're trying to reach to the peak. I think the atmosphere has a lot of impact for their journey. So can you tell us more about this? You actually raised a very good question. So we need a very good weather for the expedition team to reach to the peak, because in 2022 in the peak mission we have done a lot of work. We are working with the Xizang Meteorological Station and also the Chinese Academy of the Meteorological Science. We have set up a lot of facilities. For example, we have set up a number of the detectors and also the wind facilities, try to understand the temperature and the speed and orientation of the wind. We also try to capture the information, the temperature information at the peak. We have to pass this information to the expedition team so they know whether or not to carry out their journey. So my question is it a good condition for the team to reach to the peak for these 2 days? Well, right now, at this point of time, basically each year, it is quite stable for the westerly and the monsoon. Even though it is quite stable, but for the general public, we still feel it is quite a strong wind. But for the professional expedition team, it's very good for their journey. As we said, and this time for the wind speed is about 18 meters per second. So for this speed of the wind, it is quite suitable for the expedition team to reach to the peak. So I think in this period of time, the atmospheric condition is quite stable. It's suitable for the expedition team to reach to the peak. So the conclusion is, for these 2 days, the weather condition is perfect, and we wish a great success for the expedition team. The base camp at the elevation of 5,200 meters. So if you stay tuned with us, I believe you're quite familiar with this place. Because yesterday here, I am greeted by a group of yaks. Because yesterday, for the group of yak, they are carrying the samples of the ice cores from the elevation of 6,530 meters. And today we are honored to have Mr. Kang to give us more introduction about the drilling of the ice cores. Dear viewers from CCTV and CGTN, good morning. So I'm coming from the Northwest Institute of Eco, Environment and Resources from CAS. So actually yesterday we are receiving the ice cores that has been carried by the group of yaks at the elevation of 6,530 meters. Can you tell us more about our mission for the analysis of the ice cores? So for my group, our responsibility is to drill the ice cores and also analyze the ice cores. I would say it went quite smoothly. So first we have to drill the ice cores, and then we have to bring all of these ice cores back to the ground station for further analysis. So actually we have drilling up to like 30 centimeters in order to get the ice cores. So yesterday we have bring the ice cores up from the elevation of 6,530 meters down to our ground station. So also we are able to drill the ice cores from the depth of over 20 meters. And I think this is very important for us because altogether we have received over 27 boxes of the ice cores. We have bring all of these ice cores into the refrigerators for further storage, and the temperature is about minus 16 Celsius degree. So start from 1997. At that time, I'm a postgraduate student. At that time, we have like drilling from over tons of ice cores. So today, I have made a rough calculation. So for the expedition team, altogether we have drilling for 6 times of the ice cores. In the past, we are not drilling quite deep, but we analyze the weather conditions in the past decade. For example, we are seeing that for the weather condition and the geology has been changed in the Qomolangma areas, and considering the situation of the pollution, so we try to make some renovation in our work in the drilling of the ice cores. So start from 1997, already it's like 26 years, but right now we have upgrading the technology and also the environment has been improved. So I believe in the future we will have better job in the drilling of the ice cores. As you said, for the collection of the ice cores, it has been taken for a long time, but for me, I'm a freshman in this area. I'm not quite understand the ice cores. So, but yesterday, I actually personally seen what the ice cores looks like. It looks like an ice column. So, for the general public, my question is, so can you tell us more knowledge about the ice cores? Well, actually, you are quite lucky because yesterday you actually see in person for the ice cores. If you climb up to the mountains, you may not able to see some of the ice cores. So for us, when we are drilling the ice cores, we are trying to preserve the history of the nature. So for example, when you are going to the library, when you are check on the historic books, you're able to see some of the history of the nature and also the ice cores. But here today, we're actually coming to the nature and trying to drill the ice cores to understand about the nature. Because we are living in the same world, we want to understand what are some of the changes in the world. And also we want to understand the impact of the human activities on Earth. For example, earlier in the ice cores we are drilling, we are seeing that there's an increased composition of the pollutants. So right now, I believe the whole world have reached a consensus that the greenhouse gases has already bring some of the impacts of the pollution, and also it will have an impact on the climate change. But I think it takes time for the Earth to upgrade its environment. But still, I would say, especially in the industrial time, the pollutants may still have some impact on the climate. So for the general public, I hope they can get more knowledge through our scientific achievements. I hope all of them they could understand the impact of the human activities to the world. This is what we are doing right now. So I think this time we have a face-to-face conversation, and you just said that through our work, we just want to call on the general public to love the nature and also to love our home. And this time, when we are drilling the ice course, actually we're doing the job at a high altitude. So I would like to show you some of the footage about the ice course drilling. And also you said that for this year, we have a lot of heavy workload, and also you are getting sunburned because of the job. And yesterday in the meeting, according to some of the academicians, they're saying that for the scientists, the reason why they continue their efforts on the scientific achievement, it is because of passion, because they really love to discover and also bring more contribution. So actually in 1993, I'm just a postgraduate. At that time, it is my first time to step on the glacier, and every time I go to the glacier, I will get sunburned. And this will also cause some damage to my skin. So when some freshmen come to this place, when they saw me, they feel quite impressed and surprised. But for me, I think it is my day-to-day life, because every time when you come to a high altitude place, and I'm pretty much get used to it. I think the most challenging thing for me is the altitude reaction. The first time when I come here, when I'm coming to altitude to 3,500 meters, I cannot sleep. I feel quite exhausted, but I'm not able to fall asleep. This is a kind of the altitude sickness. So last year, I believe many people got infected with COVID. Well, actually, from my experience, I think the symptom is quite similar with altitude reaction. So every time when I come to a high altitude, I will suffer from the altitude reaction. So even though I get sunburned, I think that is not a big deal, but the most challenging thing for me it is the altitude reaction. And maybe you may want to ask the question, as you suffer a lot from the altitude reaction, why you still want to continue your job? Well, I want to say that when I was very young, I was engaged and dedicated myself into this career. So I really love Qomolangma. I have been visited this place for many times. At least I came here for more than 10 times. This is because I want to devote myself into the scientific research. And also I could see the level of the scientific research has been improved. And also after several times when I came to this place, I still suffer from the altitude reaction. But every time I came here, I would like to visit the base camp. Maybe I will take a few days of rest. And still I want to go higher to see what is the changes of the ice, what is the changes of the ice tower and the ice course and the structure of the glacier. And recently we have more advanced facilities and devices to monitor the situation of the glacier. So all in all, even though I feel painful physically, but still I want to devote myself into this endeavor. Because maybe last year I saw something and this year I want to go back and visit it again. And of course I think I also want to find out more about the relations about the pollutants and also the atmospheric conditions. Because in high altitude, it is quite clean. You don't see so much pollutants. However, in the area of Qomolangma, it is quite clean. You don't see much pollution here. And I can feel the change of the environment in the area of Qomolangma each year. So I would say passion and determination are the two key things for me to continue my job. And according to the instruction from the base camp, we will go back to the camp and try to learn more about the peak mission expedition. So, again, thank you for your contribution. So just now I had this interview with Mr. Kang, and he kept mentioning about like passion and love about the work in Mount Qomolangma. So this time, in my mission, I have a lot of conversation with the scientists and experts. So in May 18, they already departed from the base camp and trying to reach the peak to the Mount Qomolangma. Actually, at the beginning stage, I'm trying to walk with them. I went to the weather station and I talked with them a lot, and also I mentioned a lot about our CMG reporters. One of our reporters, he is quite expertised in the mountain climbing. So I asked him why he wants to do the climbing. He said it is because love, it is because passion. That's why he tried to devote himself into the discovery and also the expedition work. And also once again, I would like to pay tribute to the 11 expedition team members. I believe because of the passion and believe it is because of their belief they are embarking on this journey and heading to the peak. So the latest information is that it is expected that at around like 10 a.m. for these 11 expedition team members, they will arrive at one of the challenging routes during their journey to the Mount Qomolangma. And we will continue to follow closely about their expedition progress. Now we will go back to our AK camera to understand the situation of the team members. CGTN. So right now we are at the base camp of the Qomolangma at the elevation of 5,200 meters. And today is a special day because pretty soon for the exhibition team, they're about to reach to the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. But here we also have another scientific team to conduct their job. Please say hi to our viewers. So good morning, we are the experts and academicians from the CAS. So I'm holding a doctoral degree of the School of the Environment Science and Engineering of Peking University. So and today we are actually monitoring the runoff from the Rongbuk Glacier. So what are you doing today? Can you tell us more? So soon we are trying to monitor the water condition and the quality. So right now you're already holding the facilities and the devices. Can you tell us more how you conduct your job? So later on we will have the experts. They will try to monitor the runoff from the river. So what is this one? So this is a regular boat. And also it have a receiver. So we are trying to monitor the water flow from this device. So for all of these data and information can be uploaded to the computer. So last night we have a snow. So will it have any impact to our monitoring? So actually for the snow, it will not have a big impact for the water flow, but maybe it will have some impact of the quality of the water. Well, even though it may have some minor impact, but still we could download the data from this device and do further analysis. So right now the elevation is about like 5,200 meters. So I would say this may be a low altitude. No, because we have another monitoring site. At that area, the elevation is about 4,100 meters. So at the highest point, we are actually trying to monitor the water condition at the elevation of 5,400 meters. But at that time, if we go up to that level, maybe we will suffer a lot of the altitude reaction. We will be short of breath. So when we start this scientific mission, we start this mission on May the 1st, so we have been staying here for 23 days. So it takes about like 3 weeks for you to monitor the runoff from the Rongbuk Glacier. So any progress? So first of all, when we are trying to monitor the runoff in the 23 days, now we could see the speed of the runoff is increased. And also from the section, we are able to find that for this glacier, it will actually experience the carbon sink. So actually for the disappearance and the melting of the glacier, it will also have an impact of the climate change. Now you could see for these two scientists and the researchers, they are trying to capture some of the data. So actually we are able to see, so right now we are seeing some of the melting of the glacier, and also for the Mount Qomolangma, it is also considered as the third pole of the Earth. So we may see the distinctive change of the runoff from the glacier. So this time we are setting up the monitoring devices and 3 different elevations. What other work you are doing right now? Well, these 3 are the major tasks for us. So we are trying to monitor the water runoff from the sections and the melting of the glacier. So when you are bringing back the data in the laboratory, what other job you have to do? So first, we are only doing 1 time of the monitoring of the runoff, but still we have to double check on the data. So I believe like earlier we are following you to the icy lake. It takes about like 2 hours of hiking to reach the areas. So for Mount Qomolangma, it is my first time to come here to monitor the runoff. I feel a little bit of headache and cannot fall asleep and suffer from the altitude reaction. Any achievements? Well, I think I have done a lot of exercise. I can gain more data from our devices. So earlier, last time when we are going to the altitude of the 5,400 meters, at that time we already started our job on monitor the water runoff. So we are trying to understand the quality and also the composition of the water. So also we are trying to understand the exchange rate of the carbon dioxide. Through all of this data, what conclusion can you get? So in the icy lake, I think we are seeing a lot of the situation of the carbon sink. So first we need to gather all of this data. We need to gather all the parameters of the water quality, and then we try to understand the reason behind it. So why we have this carbon sink happening. So also I could see for the altitude has been changing. We have been setting up the monitoring station in different altitude. I think the altitude may not have a big impact of the quality. And I think the melting of the glacier may have a big impact of the quality of the water resources. So for this one is another device to monitor the runoff for the Roundbuck Glacier, and also we have the storage card. For all of these information can be uploaded to our computer, and also we can understand the changes of this water quality in daytime and evening hours. So as you are coming from Shandong province, actually this is your first time to come to the mountain Qomolangma. How do you feel? So right now we already collected 4 sets of data. So actually today's mission has accomplished what will be the upcoming tasks. So we will gather some of the sample of the water and also to have a deeper analysis of the water quality. So as I said, it is my first time to come to the Mount Qomolangma, and also we're guided by the senior experts. Well, I only stay here for like 20 days. I still feel pretty much a hard work. And for the other experts, they have been staying here for such a long time. I think it's a very diligent work for them to do it. And also you could see we're also putting a buoyancy device on the glacier. We are trying to create a close-off like area, and also we are trying to under the situation of the moisture of the water. So after we check on the water flow, we will check the quality of the water, and also we will check the concentration level of the carbon sink. Thank you very much. So this is my part from the Rongbuk Glacier. So today I think it's quite cold. It is very important for us to stay warm.
830米。
巅峰使命，总台来了。
We'll bring you the special coverage on the peak mission expedition for 2023 on Mount Qomolangma. So right now I'm standing in front of the commanding center. So right now, actually for the 11th expedition team members, they're at the cross section of the third stage. I believe all of you are quite interested and concerned about the weather condition and the progress of the expedition. So I would like to invite the expert from the Alpinist Association of Xizang. So now you could see right now for the expedition team, they're at the cross section. They already gone past the third stage. So for some of the mountain areas, there's some like cross sections, so it will take longer time for us to reach to the peak. So for some of them, you could see they're trying to find a shortcut to go to the peak. It consumes a lot of energy for them to reach to the peak. So from this route, now you could see this is the roadmap for the expedition team. So I would like to review the timeline. Actually, at like 3:03 a.m., they started their journey from the camp at the elevation of 8,200 meters. So how long it will take them to reach to the peak? So right now at the peak, I would think the weather is quite good. So maybe it will take 1.5 hours or 2 hours for them to reach to the peak. Because you could see for the whole area, we have like 3 stages. At the second stage, it is the most challenging part. So for the ladder, actually, we built that ladder in 1975. In the second stage, I think it is the most challenging part because at that time, back in the old days, we don't have a lot of technology to facilitate our work, and some people may get cold in the stage 2. And right now, as we are building up different gradients and the ladders, and it will effectively improve the efficiency for the expedition team to arrive at the peak. So right now for the team, they already gone past the third stage. So right now they're coming through the cross section. I think the cross section is the most difficult part. It is quite challenging for the expedition team. It is quite risky for the expedition team members. So for the cross section is the most difficult part. And also for some team members, if it is their first time to climb up to Qomolangma, I think it will take a longer time for them to reach to the peak. I think on the northern part, maybe there may be like 30 people who want to reach to the peak. So this time we are using the 2400 millimeters telephoto lens. So from the screen and the camera, you can see clearly the progress of the expedition team. So from the black dots, actually, they are our expedition team members. I think they're coming closer to the elevation of 8,800 meters. I just talked to the camera guy. Actually, from this angle, we feel that maybe the weather is not good. But with our naked eye, I would say the weather is quite good at the peak. Last night we have a heavy snow, so maybe it may have some impact for the progress of the expedition. But right now, as the information we have gathered, there's not much wind at the peak of Qomolangma. I think we are pretty much close to the Qomolangma. So I think maybe between 11 to 12 or around 11 o'clock, we are able to reach to the peak. So this time for the peak mission expedition for 2023, we are able to have like 3 academicians from CAS with us. So this time we are not just focusing on the missions for this expedition. And for some of the netizens, they think that we are doing similar tasks in 2022 for the peak mission. And also, recently in 2023, China has released a law on ecological protection of Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. I want to understand what may be some of the impacts on our expedition. Well, this time our mission is named as Peak Mission Expedition for 2023, so that is a different mission as compared to 2022. So last year we still have made some breakthroughs, so I will not name that one by one. And this year we have many changes. So first, we will continue our work for the upgrade of the weather station. And also last year, we have made some breakthroughs on the south pole and the south part and the north part of Qomolangma. And last year, we are seeing that for some of the foreigners, they also trying their best to reach to the peak of Qomolangma. So we could see for scientists from around the world, they try to come to this place. Maybe they have like different objective or different missions. But for us, we have our own mission. For example, we want to set up the highest automated weather station. I think this is a constant mission for us. However, it will have a lot of challenges for us to build those weather stations. Because last year when we are setting up the weather station, we encounter extreme weather, and under adverse conditions, it consumes a lot of power and electricity. So power supply will be another challenge for us. Just take a small example when we are using your mobile phone in extreme weather, and then the power will be consumed instantly. So that's why we work with the researchers to bring the power supply system that we have been used on the moon to Mount Qomolangma. So we work with those researchers and we have done a lot of experiments. So this time we have the expedition team to carry the lithium batteries to the peak of Mount Qomolangma. And this year, if the lithium batteries works, and then it will help us to stabilize the power supply in the weather station. And this will also provide a lot of support for us to monitor the weather condition. So right now we have already completed the technical upgrade for the weather station at the elevation of 7790 meters and the 8300 meters. So what is the significance for us to do the technical upgrade of the weather station at the elevation of 8830 meters? So actually in the southern part we have Nepal, and on the northern side we are trying to build a national park. So especially I would like to mention that for our president, when he visited Nepal, he said China need to work with Nepal to build a national park, and this national park will be leading the world. So I think the most important thing is that we have to monitor the environmental changes, especially in the Qomolangma areas. I think we have several layers, so we have to monitor the environment and the ecosystem in this area. So when we are talking about the climate change and also the global warming, and we want to understand whether it may have some changes to the ecosystem in the Mount Qomolangma. For example, we want to understand when the glacier will melt. For example, if the temperature go up above like 0 Celsius degrees, the glacier will melt. And there are a lot of uncertainties about the climate change. So we may need to do some upgrade. So that's why we have to do the technical upgrade of the weather station, so we understand the accurate weather conditions. So for example, if the melting point has changed, this will cause some damages and also challenges for the melting of the glacier. And some of these changes will be fatal, and it will have a big impact to the ecology of the world. So we have to relate our research to the global warming. And also we talk about the law on ecological protection of Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. So what is your question again? So this year, China has released the law on ecological protection of Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. So I think this is the first time for us to carry out the expedition on Qomolangma since the release of this law. Any changes for our mission and any changes for the expedition mission? So for this law, it has been released and approved in April by the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress. So I think this is one of the 3 laws on the ecological protection in China. So first, we are trying to protect the Yellow River, and the second, we are trying to protect the Yangtze River. And for these 2, it aims to protect the water resources in China, but this time the law is on the protection of the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. So this is focusing on the mountain. And I think the protection of the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau is a global initiative. Because when you are traveling along the Mount Qomolangma area, we always see the slogan that Qomolangma belongs to the world. Last year, when we successfully fulfilled the mission on the expedition for 2022, we also received a congratulatory letter from our leaders. Because Mount Qomolangma has the highest altitude, it is Chinese people's responsibility to protect this Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. So when we are seeing that the law has been passed, so the significance has been improved, because every one of us have to shoulder this social responsibility to protect this plateau. So I think in the future, the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau will become a major destination for the global expedition. and also it will become a research center for the world. And also, right now we are actually analyzing the atmospheric situation in this area. This is also of great significance. We need to understand the air quality and also the atmosphere situation in the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. And also we need to understand the significance and the impact brought by the melting of the glacier. So all of these actually link together for us to better protect the ecological protection of the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. And also we need to monitor the changes of the Asian water tower and the cycling of the ecosystem and the carbon system. Actually, today we have like 3 academicians gathered here, and actually all of these 3 academicians, they also take part in the Peak Mission expedition for 2022. So right now you are seeing that for the team is still at the cross section. So later I would like to invite an expert to tell us more about the impact of the human activities on the protection of the Mount Qomolangma. So we will take a short break here. welcome back. So right now we are at the base camp at the elevation of the 5,200 meters. So one good news, at about like 10:58 a.m. we have like 4 people already arrived at the high altitude automatic weather condition located at altitude of 8,830 meters. So from the camera, you could see in the middle part of the screen, that is the place for the high altitude automatic weather station. So we could see for a group of people, they're taking a rest here because they consume a lot of energy. So from 3:03 a.m., already 8 hours passed. They have arrived at the weather station at the altitude of 8,830 meters. And also we are seeing other members, they are approaching to the weather station. So today we will have 11 people arriving at the weather station. So when they're arriving here, 4 to 6 people, they will stay at the weather station to do the technical upgrade. And for the rest of them, they will arrive at the peak of the mountain Qomolangma, and then they will collect the snow and the ice samples. So for the technical upgrade, for the expedition members, they will use the lithium power to upgrade the weather station. So for each one of the lithium battery, it weighs around like 8 kilograms. So for the 8 kilogram the lithium power, it will actually provide better services, and also if the weather is good, all of these batteries can be charged with the solar power, and this will help the weather station to run with over 45 hours. So for all of these expedition members, they have received a lot of training to do the technical upgrade. We will continue to pay an eye to the technical upgrade. So for this technical upgrade, it will last for about like 40 minutes to 1 hour. And right now, for some of the expedition members, they will take a rest at the weather station. And soon, this team will be divided into 2, and one group will stay in the weather station for the technical upgrade, and the other team will go to the peak of Qomolangma to collect some of the snow samples. And also today we have some academicians to join us for the discussion of the expedition program. So first of all, can you tell us more about the technical upgrade of the automatic weather station? So I am the team leader for the last time's peak mission expedition for 2022. Last time we have set up the highest altitude of the automatic weather station in Mountain Qomolangma, and this will give us more precise forecast of the weather condition. And this year, we will try to improve the efficiency of the operation of the weather station. As we just discussed, we're actually working together with the lunar service system. We are trying to bring some of the power system that has been worked in the moon to the mountain Qomolangma. Hopefully, the lithium battery can work for longer times and also support the operation of the automatic weather station. And this will help us to create more data transformation for the mountain Qomolangma. At the same time, we will monitor the changes of the parameters for the weather station. And also, we realize that the global warming is approaching, and we are quite concerned about whether the weather condition will change in Mount Qomolangma. This is of common concern for people around the world. I believe many people are concerned about this issue, whether the weather condition will change in Mount Qomolangma. So right now I could see for like 4 people, they're actually heading to the peak. So for some of the expedition team members, after a short break, they will continue their journey to the peak. And we are trying to reach to the expedition team members on the peak. So now we could see after a short break, some of them, they're trying to head to the peak to conduct another mission. So this time we have 2 major tasks at the peak of Qomolangma. So how long it takes for them to travel from the weather station to the peak? I think it takes about 20 minutes. So I think around 11:35, these people will reach to the peak. Please stay tuned with us. We will continue to capture the moment for them to arrive at the peak. So right now we could see there were some people already arrived at the peak, and also we have some mountaineer. They're also trying to head to the peak. So right now we could see they're already trying to set up the weather station. So please stay tuned with us. We will continue to monitor the progress for the expedition team. Now everything is in order. So now I would like to invite Mr. An. Also, he is the head of the peak mission expedition for 2023. So, Mr. An, how's everything going? So just now, Academician Yang just said for all the 13 people, we have divided into 2 groups. For one group, they are responsible to do the technical upgrade of the automatic weather station, and for the second group, they are trying to collect the snow samples at the peak. So everything is in order. I think it takes about 40 minutes to 1 hour. So what preparation have we done for us to head to the peak? So actually from last year, since the peak mission expedition for 2022, we have done a lot of work. First, we have upgraded our technology, and the second, we have trained like 13 people, like 13 mountaineer into the scientific mountaineer. So this is a dramatic change because we want to put it out like a strategy, like a plan to continue our work on the expedition. So today with us we have 3 academicians here. So actually last year they're also here for us with us for the peak mission expedition for 2022. So for me, I used to take on the elevation at about like 5,200 meters. I think if you go higher, it is a challenge for your physical condition. So Mr. Zhou, you are talking about the relations between human and nature and also some of the human activities. Can you share with us some of your insights? So for human beings, from time to time, we may encounter some of the extreme conditions. So when we are coming to the adverse or extreme conditions, there may be some changes for people's physical conditions. And right now we could see human beings have break out a lot of restrictions and limitations and conduct scientific missions. But right now people are concerned about the challenges to human bodies. So when the external world changes, so the human bodies will come up with some adjustments. So for example, when we are going to a higher elevation, for some of our body, some of the mechanisms will change to protect ourselves. For example, the red cells and the blood cells will have some change of quantities, and also some people may suffer from the altitude reactions. So all of these are the changes for the physical conditions. And for example, this time when we are carrying out the expedition, we are trying our best to take on some measures to protect ourselves when we are doing the scientific work in the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. So we are trying our best to protect our expedition team members when they are suffering from the altitude reaction. So right now we are going back to the camera. Now we could see for I believe seven expedition members, they're heading to the peak of Qomolangma. I believe for some of these people, they may mountaineers, they are not the scientific expedition team members. I think it takes about like 30 minutes for these people to arrive at the peak. We already see one person is trying to collect some of the samples. I think the altitude is about 8,835 meters. So what is the distance for the sampling? I think it's about like 100 meters. You have to take the sampling. So we have just seen some of the footages and the pictures from our CMG reporter. Let's take a look. Now you could see for the expedition team members, they're trying to set up the weather station. We have more people working on the installation of the weather station. Maybe some of them they're doing the job, but some of them they're taking a short break. Well, we are not sure whether these three people, they are expedition team members. We're not sure whether they have already arrived at the peak. Now it's 11:23 a.m. So for the team members, they're at the elevation of 8,830 meters. So we are trying to confirm their location. So right now, the majority of the team, they help installation of the high altitude automatic weather station. At the same time, they are also collecting the snow samples. So right now we are asking whether we have some expedition team members arriving at the peak of Mountain Qomolangma. Anyone approaching to the peak? It feels like there are a group of people gathering at the peak, so we have to confirm whether the expedition team members have already arrived at the peak. They're approaching. So I think when they're approaching to the peak, they're also collecting the snow samples. I think there's a few people arriving at the peak of the Mount Qomolangma. So what is the size of the peak? I think most of the people, they will not arrive at the peak. So when they come near to the peak, they think they just finished the job and they will go back. I think for the peak of the Mount Qomolangma, and it could accommodate about 100 people. So some people may be very curious, they want to stand on top, on the tip of the peak, but very few people will do that. So right now, when people are arriving at the peak area, most of the people are concerned that how to go downhill safely. So I think on the tip of the triangle, so maybe that is the peak. But in the triangle area, that is already the peak area. And some people, when they're arriving at in that area, the triangle area, I think that is the peak areas. So when is your last time to reach the peak? Well, the first time I arrived there is in 2003, so this year it's already 20 years ago. So what are they doing right now? I think right now they're setting up the weather station and also trying to capture the temperature and the humidity. Now we are getting more pictures. So it feels like they are moving some of the instruments. So I think this is the first photo, and this gentleman is trying to set up the tripod. Well, I think it's not an easy task to get the picture back from the elevation of 8,830 meters. I think we are using the 4G to transmit all of this information. So the most important thing to ensure that we have the 4G signal so that we can get all of these photos back. So from these photos we could see the time is about like 11:25 a.m. So only 3 minutes time lag. How do you feel? Maybe we will give the floor to the commander. So now we could see the snow is not that thick. So maybe Mr. Lee, you could give us some of your insights. It feels like the progress is quite smooth. So actually we have a 3 minutes time lag because we have to transmit all of this information from the altitude of 8,830 meters. Now we are seeing some of the footages. So right now it's 11:30 a.m. So the first group of expedition members, they arrive at the altitude of 8,830 meters at 10:58 a.m. So right now, half hour passed. So all of these people, they're carrying the oxygen tank. It is about like 3.5 kilogram. I think it's quite heavy. I think the sunlight is abundant, and for this group of people, they're setting up the automatic weather station. Yesterday we had a heavy snow, but still, we're welcoming a good weather today. It is rarely seeing such a good weather in Mount Qomolangma. So for some of the mountaineers, they started their journey 2 hours earlier compared to our expedition team. So when we start the technical upgrade, we started the technical upgrade from last year. So when they start to set up the tripod today, so now the commanding center is asking when they start to set up the technical stand. So I think they start to set up this weather station at about 11 o'clock. So right now, half hour has been passed. How long it takes them to complete it, the technical upgrade? Well, it feels like everything goes well. So right now we are coming to a crucial stage for the Pig Mission expedition for 2023, because earlier today at around like 11 o'clock, 10:58, 4 people, they have arrived at the highest automatic weather station. And around 11:02 a.m., these people started the technical upgrade. When we are talking about the upgrade, it's about the upgrade of the battery. This time we are using the lithium battery that has been used on Moon. So this time we are using the 2400 millimeter telephoto lens to give you the broadcast, so you could see clearly about the movement and the progress of the expedition. So right now you could see for some of the amateur mountaineers, they're starting to go down hills. And right now the expedition team, they continue their task on the technical upgrade of the high altitude automatic weather station. So on the peak area of the Mount Qomolangma, we have two major tasks. The first one is the technical upgrade of the battery of the weather station, and the second, we are trying to work on the collection of the snow and the ice samples. So this is a very important task. So this will give more knowledge to the global scientists and the local scientists about the climate change for the third pole of the Earth. And at the same time, we have the expedition team members to drill the ice cores and try to do some research analysis of the ice cores. And this time we are using a lot of black technologies to conduct all of these missions. So by doing all of that, we are trying to get a full picture and better understanding of the climate change. So when they are collecting the snow samples, how long it takes? Well, that depends on the power system. So when using the power system, actually you could use up to 2 to 3 hours for the collection of the snow samples at the top of the Mount Qomolangma. But of course, we have to consider the energy of our expedition members. So it is also a challenge for the team members to do the collection of the snow samples. And in the past, we are using drillers to collect the snow samples, and this year we are using the electrical drilling machineries to collect the snow samples. But how long it takes? I think we have to observe the general situation. So I think they start to collect the snow samples from 11:30. So right now it's 11:37. Now 7 minutes have passed. We will continue to follow the situation closely. Now we can see the weather is quite good. Alright, now we can see our viewers also paying close attention to the progress of the scientific expedition. We're trying to get more footage from the peak. So how long it takes for us to install the weather station? I think it takes about like 40 minutes to 1 hour. So I think it will take like 20 more minutes to complete the task for the technical upgrade. So soon we will see some of the latest photos. Also, you could see some of them, they are putting up the solar panel. Now we can see on the left one, we have like 3 members. What are they doing? So for these 3 expedition team members, they are trying to collect the snow samples. Because today we have like 2 groups of the expedition team, they are doing different tasks. So from this angle, you could see it's very beautiful in the peak area of the Mount Qomolangma. So in the world, we have like 14 mountains above the elevation of 8,000 meters. So except for the mountain Qomolangma, we have another mountain above like 8,000 meters. So actually, from the scientific point of view, we have to fully implement the requirement set by the law on the ecological protection of Qinghai-Xizang Plateau. So, Mr. Zhang, can you tell us more about the current situation? What are they doing right now? So right now, they are trying to install some of the sensors on the automatic weather station. So right now, the Chinese Academy of Science has closely cooperated with the Alpinist Association. At the same time, we are trying to train our staff to become professional scientific mountaineers. So now you can see we have so many talents who are working on the scientific expedition. So for some of the people in the past, they're just amateurs, they're just as a mountaineer fan, and later on they become a professional scientific expedition team member. How's everything going? We almost completed the task. So it takes a few minutes for them to complete the mission. So in this base camp, actually we could see some of the figures. In the base camp, actually we have the engineering team. We have 2 laptops here. From the laptops, we can see some of the figures that has been uploaded from Mountain Qomolangma. So for one computer, we are receiving the data transmitted by the satellite, and the other one is transmitted by the 4G signal. It is very difficult for us to receive all of this data.
上去了是吧？全都上去了。
提前2个小时吧。有些人下来了。
对对，他们看到有好像。挺好。
So this time actually it requires a lot of efforts for the expedition team members because they have to carry the lithium battery on the top of the Qomolangma. This is quite an exciting moment. So now it's 11:45. So it feels like some of our team members, they're approaching to the peak. So right now, for all these 13 people, there's 13 team members, they're staying together. I think we have like pulled the strength and the wisdom of all the 13 expedition team members to work on the technical upgrade of the weather station. So now we would like to shift the camera to show you the automatic weather station. Alright, that comes to the end of today's live streaming, and this is the CMG special coverage on peak mission expedition for the 2023 on Mount Qomolangma. Thank you for watching.